Dress.
So like
Wow.
No,
My check.
Mike check 1 2. We live in the building finally.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
on
you.
YouTube today.
Let's take a look
How are
here.
you, bro?
I'm doing good today. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. My iPhone had to over the weekend. I got locked out my iPhone, so
Mm,
everything got wiped out. So I had to read.
mm.
I just realized by the time the show started, I didn't have the app on my phone. I said, "Oh snap! Let me re-download it."
Okay, got you.
But we good now. We in the building, and I'm confirmed right now to see you on the real deal versus how you feel on YouTube. People, tune in, tune in.
Yes, tune in. I tried to do a little video on our
IG.
Instagram. Let me
Uh huh.
let me do a little video, and it wouldn't record. Something's wrong with my face, the front face camera part of my phone, probably when it fell. So it didn't let me record. I gotta try again. I might have to record it and then just post it. But yeah,
Yeah, that might work. Like do a quick snippet and then just post the video. Yeah, that'll probably work there.
yes, I'll do that. But I did post the pictures and saying, "Hey y'all," because I miss our people. So I said hello to the people. Showing love. I appreciate the support. Today's topic is a doozy. All right, so we're gonna get into it though. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our listeners so far. You know the deal. Go ahead and dust your feet off. Get your drink. Get comfortable, as Twinsinc would say, right? They can get comfortable,
Yes.
make themselves at home.
Mm-hmm.
Take out the pen and pad. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Get pen and pad, something get something to drink. Take your shoes off when you step in the room. Show a little bit of love by getting some high fives. Let us know you're in the
Mhm.
building, and
Mhm.
let's get into this this wonderful topic today we have, which is signs of a toxic relationship and zodiac sign dating. Question mark.
Yeah.
I know a
Is that a
Scorpio.
these are the zodiac signs.
So yeah.
Signs of love make it.
And I
Mhm.
actually don't
All right,
know.
I'm done.
And I me personally, I don't know any Scorpios neither though. So dang, I'm missing out on life apparently.
Yes, you do. I'm Scorpio Sag.
Oh,
I'm
I
right on
didn't.
the cut.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean on a personal level, but good to know.
Oh yeah, there's no love making here. You're
Right,
right.
right,
Mm.
right, 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 right.
All right. So signs of toxic relationship and zodiac sign dating. Let's see if we can tackle this. Okay. I don't,
No, you get a phone call in. There you go. You back.
somebody. Yeah, I don't. I was saying I don't know where to start, and somebody's calling me. Like,
You know
yeah.
what? You know, called you someone who knows about that Scorpio. That's who was calling you real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Like, I know that part of her though. I know that part of her.
Right. Like, hey, I know the Scorpio right there. All jokes aside, respectfully.
No. So, uh, so how this topic came about? Let's just give a little bit of background. So we were having a discussion, and we're talking about pros and cons of dating and courting, and then we had another discussion of being heterosexual. Are you deemed heterosexual if you're dating or involved with a transgender, which is the umbrella, right?
Right.
And now we're at this men. We did the energies, masculine energy versus the feminine energy, and a lot of it is a lot of toxicity, right? So we were in discussion where toxic relationships came about, and I hear a lot, and I think twins can attest to this. When we're in a lot of different spaces and rooms and different platforms, people are well, men do this because of this, and it could be a woman talking. The woman is telling us why men do what men do. And then on the flip side, the men are saying, well, women want this and women want that. Well, all of this sounds crazy to me, but I think that we're not being honest with ourselves. And because we're not being honest with ourselves, that's the first reason we end up in these toxic relationships. So if you were to ask Miss I Speak Life, what's sign number one of a toxic relationship? Somebody who don't know themselves. Someone who is like completely unaware of who they are. And how do you point those people out? They switch up. They're not consistent. Twins, you want to just discuss it? You want to go through the list? Because I know you come with like a list. Like, you be ready.
Yeah, you know me so well. I try to do a little bit of research, not too much, because I'm not too deep in it, but I try to get a little bit of understanding. But yes, I do have a list here of what does it look like, meaning the signs of a toxic relationship, because some people just don't know what it looks like or if they even in it. So hopefully,
right.
Hopefully, by tuning in today, listen to Miss I Speak Life and Twinsinc on the Real Deal versus How You Feel, it can at least help you shine some light into your own relationship or maybe some friends and family you may know, and let them know, hey, you're not in a healthy relationship. So yes, and we'll go through them just like we did the other day. So I won't go through the list. Sure. We'll go back and forth, whatever. So, hold up. We got comments. Let's go and tap in here what the person got to say before we get into it.
Do you have any advice for fake friends and how to distance away from them when you're really close to them?
Oh yeah, we ready. We ready today. I see.
Did she say fake friends?
Oh, I'm not sure the fake. It may have been fake friend, but she want to know pretty much how to get out of it, the XYZ. So I'm sure we're gonna tackle that as well too.
Yeah, a toxic relationship is toxic. It doesn't matter if it's familyship, friendship, courtship, datingship. It's just whatever the relationship is. If it's toxic, it's toxic. But we don't talk about it. So come on, twins, and we got people here. They done took their shoes off. They ready. So
right.
What's number one on your list?
So number one on the list to identify what it looks like is lack of support. Lack of support. A sign of a toxic
relationship. Lack of support is Twinsinc first one. Lack of identity is Miss I Speak Life first one.
Okay, so you got your own list. Okay, all right, let's do this. Let's see here. So yes,
I'm just saying.
No, and I get it. And pretty much real quick is that your time together with that person is unstoppable, right? But once one person is no longer being a supportive person into your dream or her dream, then that lack of support is visualized. You can see that you're not getting that support that you're used to, and that's a sign there that the relationship is going maybe in the wrong direction. The tipping part. You want to hit play next?
Right. I'm going to hit play.
Yep.
It's so crazy that you said they took their shoes off, because I literally took my shoes off and laid in the bed and started listening to this.
Well, now you're stuck with us, okay? Now you're here, you're stuck with us. Okay. So get comfy.
Right.
Thank you for the comment.
Hopefully we can stay engaged so he don't fall asleep. Because if I lay down my phone, I usually fall asleep and be out. So, all right. So,
Yes,
what's
like last night.
don't judge me. So, what is your second one that you have on your list?
The second one was communication.
Okay. So we about in the same boat. So the second one that I have on my is toxic communication. So same thing.
So yeah, let's talk about the first one still. Let's talk about the first two because there's priority there, and let's kind of unpack lack of support. How do you get to lack of support? You don't just wake up and, you know what, I'm not supporting this joker no more. I'm sick of this church. Something happened, and this is why I said identity for my first one, because if you're not a strong enough person in yourself, then you're going to be fearful of telling a person how you really feel. Or, if you're not fearful of telling them how you really feel, then you're trying to mask it because you don't want to hurt, some other reason, like you're being careful. Or if not fearful, you're being overly concerned with how they're going to respond. Not because they're going to respond aggressively, but because it might hurt them. It's more or less what I'm saying. So you try not to hurt the person, or you don't want the person to, in return, hurt you in some aggressive way. So, not really knowing how to talk to people or come across. And that's why communication is like right there after that. But lack of support, peel back the layers.
Yeah. So a healthy relationship are based on mutual desires to see each other succeed in all areas in life, right? So, in other words, as far as what it doesn't look like, you don't feel like they have your back. So that's where the lack of support comes from. Where if you have a business selling T-shirts and your significant other is working hard to create shirts and promote them, whatever, but then you do nothing to help. You don't buy no resources. You don't repost anything. You don't advertise for them. That's right there is a simple showing of the lack of support.
That's true, especially when strangers do it.
Right. Versus strangers do it, and that will see right there. That support right there, and that's when you don't have that. When you don't support your significant other, that opens the door for someone else which 9 out of 10 times will be a stranger who's going to pour into that other person to support them. They don't do it intentionally. They do it because they want to support. Like, hey, I like what you're doing. Let me support you. But then that could open up a whole nother door, or another, other things that open up. We'll continue from there. We'll probably come back to that, but that will open up another window of issues.
Right. Support is major. You can't be with me and I don't feel supported, especially for us, the ladies, because that's a major, security. That's part of the protection. That's part of the security package that we look for when we have a man, husband.
Mm-hmm. And you want me to also touch on the toxic communication part, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with the toxic communication,
go ahead.
Yeah. So with the toxic communication, instead of treating each other with kindness, most of the conversation are filled with sarcasm, criticism, and you may even start avoiding talking to each other altogether. Interesting.
Y'all pray for Miss I Speak Life, because as much life as I do speak, sarcasm is like a thing. I think that's it's not I don't know if it's a bad thing. I don't think it's toxic if it's balanced,
Right.
Like, you got to understand, but I have a lot of sarcasm with me. And I'm not saying that I'm not open to dwindling it down and, realizing like that could be a bad trait, work on it or be cautious or mindful of it. So I'm glad you pulled that out, because being sarcastic is a thing.
Which I fully understand and agree. But you have to think about it as far as the toxic communication and sarcasm. This is really when someone's in a relationship. If you're having sarcasm with random people just having conversation, that's different because y'all don't have that intimate relationship that, that these two people have. This got nothing to do with marriage. This to be a relationship. If you're in a relationship with somebody, this period, that communication is very key.
Yeah, you're right. But if a person knows that you kind of got a sarcastic way about you, then hopefully we can build and you can balance that out in me as well. Sometimes we just look at things as upfront negative, but they can be balanced out, or they can be resolved by a person. I'm a firm believer of us adjusting each other's crowns. I'm not expecting a man to come with his crown fitted and all of the jewels be in it and everything. I won't feel like I have no purpose. What do you need me for? You got it all together, sir.
Right.
So I think that, everyone wants to feel a necessity, like feel needed on some level. So, yeah, I think that's true. You don't want to come off, it can be aggressive language when
Right.
you have a lot of sarcasm.
Right. And also to add to this, using you as an example, you naturally have that sarcasm. That's you personally. That's your natural nature, who you are, right? Meaning that, let's say me and you were dating, whatever, this is who you are before we even got into a relationship, before we got into any arguments. This is you, sarcasm, right? This is for someone who didn't have that sarcasm when we first got together. You didn't have it at all, but now we're in a relationship. Now that sarcasm is coming out of nowhere. That's where you understand what I'm saying? Like, okay, this is new now.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah, that part there. So
now you're feeling yourself.
Mm-hmm. That part there, correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, let me press play.
Yep.
I mean, they do say there's a lot of truth in a joke.
Facts.
Yes, and I just be trying to curb my enthusiasm. Y'all heard that joke? I be just trying to give it to him soft, and not so cutthroat. I think I really developed being, sarcasm in a sense when I realized how brutally honest I was. That's not healthy either. Being brutally honest is not. It's an aggressive way, and I had to learn that you can tell a person something that is completely truthful without it being brutal.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yep. No. And there's no lies. There's comedians. They're very funny people. They can get you to laugh, cry, whatever. But there is a lot of truth in what they're saying, and they can say unfiltered without getting any huge backlash. So. Yes, there's a lot of truth. There's a lot of truth in jokes. All right, so what you got for third?
That's why I'm gonna stand up one day, just so I can get all the truth out, and everybody laugh. That's where the comic catastrophe came from, because these things are not supposed to be funny, but when you have this way of thinking, you can make light of so many different things. So that's why I love comedy so much. It's a free space. So go ahead. We're on number 2 for you.
No, I'm on 3 now because the first one was my
number 3.
Number 3. Yep. So what you got for number 3?
Okay, we like the applauses and the fires. Keep those coming. Okay, go ahead, Twin.
All right, so what I have for my third one over here is jealousy. Jealousy. When it's normal to experience jealousy from time to time, which is normal, but it could be an issue, right, if you can't get yourself to feel positively about their success. So, once again, we're talking about relationships, right? You should be happy that your significant other is winning, right? You should be cheerful, happy for them because it's a team effort. If he wins, I win. If she wins, I win, right? But you can't have the undertone like, oh yeah, I'm happy for you, but behind their back, you talking like, man, they ain't doing, they doing all night. They ain't doing. I'm doing all the work, right? You're not really showing that you're really supportive. So that jealousy is a big deal.
Agreed. No doubt about it. No doubt. And it's unfortunate that there are things that line up before that, but that's in friendships as well. And I just want to speak to the first message that we had. You see this when you find women or, your friends that want to be like you or want to be you. In friendships, you say, oh, I experienced this. And they come back with I experienced it, but like this, or they try to belittle what you said. So these are some of the signs of the toxic relationships, as it pertains to friendship. Just what do we call it? That underhanded, that the shady type of person. Yeah. So that's the sign right there. Go ahead, Gwen.
No. I was good with what you're saying. So, you want to go to my next one that I have? Keep going down.
Yeah, or if you have any other example of that jealousy. Okay, now we both working on these projects together. We're in a relationship, and this is how we could develop when that person's not giving you any acknowledgement. I think this is where, acknowledgement goes a long, long way. Gratitude goes a long, long way, especially if you have a person who's building with you, right? they're on the ground and y'all going from the ground up together, but you're the face of the company or you're the brand or whatever the case is. So when you get to feeling yourself, like we just talked about, you develop this new sarcasm or these new little undertones that come with you. It could definitely develop some envy in the person with you because they're like, well, dang, like, and I had that situation happen. My partner and I'm not talking about a relationship, like an intimate one. I'm talking about business relationship. We started a thing and we were good. When we met, look, this is what we're going to do. I go and I handle, making sure the logistic parts were done in terms of the contract, the venue, the artist, who's doing what, blah, blah, blah. And our roles to me were very clear. You're a social media person. You're very well versed in all these different things. You go for it. You do that and thrive us, push us, get us out there on the back end. I'm not the face of it. I'm on the back end, making sure the contracts are done and, everything is situated. But people were telling him that, oh, well, it looks like she does everything, blah, 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 blah. I did have my company and my LLC prior to, but I had been doing this prior to us partnering. So I was already, it was easy. It was a well-working will. I had a little template to follow, so it wasn't that big of a deal for me. But, when people do get involved and they don't understand the relationship and you're not secure enough in the relationship, and for me, you go and you figure it out. Like, okay, well, I apologize because I'm like, well, maybe I didn't make you feel appreciated enough, or maybe I didn't identify your role enough in our meetings. But I'm like, outside of that, we don't have public communication. It's not like this where we're talking to each other and the conversations are recorded or we're on YouTube Live. This was all done privately. So I was confused as to why you would feel away when we decide these things in secret, in private, in our meetings. And what we produce is winning. People are coming out, we're selling out, we're making money, we're having a great time doing it. But it was the insecurities. It was, the desire for being in the light. So where I was okay with being in the background and had to be in the light, not really wanting to be there, the other person definitely wanted to be in the light. That was their thing. That's a part of their personality. That's why they're well versed in the social media aspect. But when they were in the light, it still was a little dim. In their words, like what I was doing, and I had no idea. And that's why it's important to communicate. Because I'm like, you have to say something to me. How am I supposed to know that when we show up and I pop out the way you're asking me to pop out? Because he was actually like, no, you got to get dressed up. I'm like, why? I could just be over here at the table. Like, no, you need to be dressed up. You got to look like this. This cameras. Okay. Then when I actually do it, not really be ready for the response and the reaction. And that's what caused the disconnect. Because on one end they were asking for it, then when it was done and everyone kind of like, oh snap, look, this is who was doing that. Oh, she did that. Whole game changer, and it just a game changer. And I was like, but me and you should be good because as long as we know what we got going on, who cares who they think do what? I'm just about the money still rolling in. That's where I was with it. But
yeah, a lot of people like outside influences. A lot of people. Yeah,
and it never got back right.
Yep, that's it. You got it. You good?
Oh, I'm hit play.
Yes, come through with the gems. I was just gonna touch on the friendship part too because they're in relationships. I've only had one where my partner was jealous of my success versus wanting to celebrate with me, and I've had it happen in some friendships where we did have to cut some people off. I'm the type of person I could be having a bad day and my friend can hit up the group message and be like, she got a promotion, and I feed off that positive energy. I wasn't always like that. Sometimes I would get a little bit jealous, but never to the point where I would, try and make somebody feel some type of way. It would just kind of motivate me to work harder and remind me to stay on my path because, my time is coming. I got to put more work in. But I have had friends that were like legit jealous and wanted to tear a bitch down. I've had a partner that wanted to do that. And it's so toxic and it sucks because they're amazing people too.
Word. That last part, they're amazing people too. Mm-hmm. And they just don't see it. And it's because they're not focused on what they're doing and the benefit. They're just looking at you. And it's like, I don't know, but that's very toxic. When you have those friendships where the person wants to be you, you can't say you've gone through anything. You can't say anything without them having the same type of story or your girl Me Too, the Me Too movement in a whole different type of way. um, that shady undertone. That's like, oh man, So yeah, that's definitely a sign of a toxic relationship. Leave, run, get away. What else you got, Twin?
Yes. So what I have next will be controlling behaviors.
Oh,
Controlling behaviors. So they question where you are all the time. Become overly upset when you don't immediately answer texts, calls, which can contribute to toxicity in a relationship. So they gotta know where you at,
mm,
what time, where you with, who you with. Take a picture. Go FaceTime me now. Let me see the background. Turn the phone. So that's the controlling behaviors, which is cut his day. Clears that's
does it
controlling.
start off controlling? Is there insecurities that happen and then you have those, like, is that considered? This is a real question. I feel like it's controlling if you start off that way. Like there's not been any trust. Trust hasn't been broken. Trust just never existed. That's when I feel like it's an issue. When you're sitting, in a situation, we had a conversation on another platform, and the man said his wife and her girlfriends were going out, and she told him where they were going, and he said, "No, I don't want you to go there. It's a bad neighborhood." End of story. I don't want you to go. And for him, he couldn't understand why her response was, "You're just trying to control me. I want to go out with my friends. It's always an issue. You come and go as you please. I'm not checking for you like that. You go out." But he's a man. So there's a different dynamic there, right? Your concern level for your man, if he was a police officer, firefighter, something like that would definitely be like, oh my gosh, my man could die any day, oh Lord. But if he's just going out to hang with his friends, you're not thinking about his life being on the line. You're more or less, you may be thinking about him stepping out of the relationship or entertaining a woman or something like that. So that's a totally different energy. Whereas though with the man, your woman is going out. You're not just thinking about her entertaining the man. You're legit thinking about the welfare and the well-being of that woman because she's going out. And then, so she couldn't understand it from the perspective of he could just really be concerned about my well-being. And what I suggested to the room at the time was, if we know that women and men are coming up in trauma, right? Then we have to give some type of grace to understand that I might have to try other methods if I don't want her to think that I'm controlling. And I know she comes from trauma or she thinks this way. Once you understand that, if you care enough, then you're going to try methods. You're going to try to maneuver around. That's compromise. That's what the love part does. And I said, next time, it would be fine if you didn't want her to go, but because you didn't provide another opportunity, you didn't say, babe, I'll Uber you, you didn't offer to go, you just told her no. She's a grown up. What do you mean no? Give me something else. So that could be controlling if it's not followed through with some remedy. There's no solution. You just, that hard no doesn't work. And I think that's another toxic trait. You don't even feel like you could tell me no, but you don't feel like you have to provide me a solution. No,
Got you. All right.
not gonna work.
Not at all. Not at all.
Mm. Yeah. So definitely that's toxic. And it's hard when women feel like they don't have a voice because now it's like, dang, I want to listen to you. But now every time there's always something. I've dealt with this as well. Like I like to travel, right? Twins, you know that. I like to travel. So I'm in a relationship and, this person doesn't travel as much or it's not that big of a deal. Or it's work, you can't travel, whatever the case. What does that have to do with me? So now we have the issue because it's like, I'd love for you to come. I paid for trips, literally. And you didn't come. You wasted my money. So at some point it's like, okay, this is now being toxic because you're not trying to compromise to meet me where I am. I'm already home, majority of the time. So we're talking about you coming out of your comfort zone to meet me in the space. So you're not insecure when I go to Barbados and I get in that water and you don't think you don't have no crazy thoughts. I don't want you to have any crazy thoughts going through your head. I'd much rather you experience it with me so you can see how I am in those spaces. That way your mind doesn't go too far left, So it's about compromise and stepping and leveling up, Otherwise it just stays toxic. Because I'm not happy with you wanting to stay home. You're not happy with me wanting to leave, and no one wants to compromise. Am I going to sit here and just keep staying home? And, where's the happy medium? So that's toxic when there's no compromise. And it does become really controlling, feels really controlling. Anyway. Anything else you got to say on that, Glenn?
Nope.
Before I first play?
Yeah, go ahead and play.
All right. That was different. All right, guys. Do we need to lay ground rules?
No,
I mean,
we just.
This is the real deal versus how you feel.
You just block them.
Yeah, this is the real deal versus how you feel. We don't do the trolling thing here. We're real adults having progressive, solution-based discussions. We don't do trolling. If you have something to say it. Daggone it. I just did a show this morning. Keep it 100. Mean what you say and say what you mean, like Dr. Seuss said. So, yeah, those things to me could be very toxic when there's not enough compromise.
All right.
You go ahead.
All right, so the next thing we'll get into is the resentment. Holding on to grudges and letting them fester chips away at intimacy. Over the time, frustration and resentment can build up and make smaller and much bigger, Carbello notes? I don't know what that is. But as far as the resentment part is that they resent anything that you do. Like, it goes hand in hand with jealousy. Like, they happy for you, but then they not. It's just that resentment, or they just have a certain way to how they feel against you. So you just got to be careful when it comes to that. But watch out for the resentments as well.
Right. And it's important when you do something for somebody, do it out of love. If you do it with the expectation that they're going to do something back, 9 times out of 10 when they don't, you feel let down, you feel disappointment, and then you start to resent them. Like, I'm giving you this, I'm giving you that, I'm giving you this. But if you're not doing it from a pure place, then maybe you should reconsider doing it. So I'm going to press. All right. So I'm not going to press play for that person anymore.
Don't worry.
All right.
I took care of that person. You ain't going to worry about them again.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Don't got to worry about them. All right. So next thing, let's get into it. Dishonest. Excuse me. Dishonest. You can find yourself constantly making up lies about your whereabouts or who you meet up with to avoid spending time with your partner. Wow.
That sounds so bad.
You don't want to go home, so hey, babe, I'm doing overtime at work. You find reasons to get stuck at work. You go hang out at your boy's crib. Anything just to avoid going home. I mean, vice versa. Just not just man versus woman. So woman as well. Same thing with the woman, but you'll find ways not to be around. Long story short, so you start lying about where you're going.
What are some of the things that go on at home? Like, are we talking like you're being nagged at home? What's happening where you don't want to go home? What's happening? And I know that the saying is, nagging. But I feel like nagging only occurs like when you ask to do something and then you don't do it. Then you got to be asked again to do it. I feel like that's something that you bring on yourself.
Yeah, as far as what, don't know. It could be many things. But I know fellas who will pull up to their house, and before they pull in the house, they got to take a minute to get themselves together before they can walk into the house. I don't know what's going on. Don't know. But I know there's people who found ways not to go home. They do stuff. So it's crazy because you'll work the long day, stress out work, but then when you're off work, most people want to go home or get something to eat, then go home. these people do not want to go home. And then when they do get home, they'll sit outside in the car for maybe 5 to 10 minutes before going to the house and then going into whatever happens from there.
Yeah, no. I don't understand that. I don't understand. I know nagging though. Have you ever experienced nagging?
I think we all, well, most of us have experienced nagging. Most of us that's been in these long-term relationships. And nagging can be anything. It's not just one thing. It can be nagging about putting the toilet seat down, taking the trash out, cleaning after yourself, picking clothes off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it could be anything. Why you didn't cut the grass today? Cut it tomorrow. It could be anything.
Mhm. Yeah, agreed. But the fact that you got to keep asking the questions, where I'd be like, I don't understand. I hate to have to repeat myself, which you already know that. So Twinsinc has experience. I'd be like, what did I say? You repeat me before I have to repeat me, because I don't like repeating myself. So I tend to be like, say it again. What did I say? Repeat it. All right, good. I think nagging is the sign of lack of respect for the. Me being a woman. If your task or your role calls for you to do certain things in the house, I don't feel like I should be the one that has to remind you, because now I feel like I'm being your mama, and that's going to put me in a bad space. I don't want to feel like your mother at all. So yeah, and that becomes toxic as well, because then what happens to the mother-daughter-in-law relationship in those instances, right?
I mean, you don't have to lie, but mama don't know won't hurt her.
Mama don't
What?
lie.
See, this be that fraganackle bull crap that I be talking about. If you don't want to be bothered with somebody, why not just tell them I'm not in the mood? I don't want to be bothered. Why we can't just be adults? I mean, I'd rather you say, babe, not right now. Give me a day. Oh, you need a day, babe? Here go $50. Go to the cigar lounge, get you a couple drinks and a cigar, and you go about your business. Because when you come back, I don't want no problems. I mean, when you come back, you should be ready to attack whatever you need to be attacking in this house that ain't done. Because I don't got time to keep talking to you over and over again. Because now, I mean, you feel like you mothering a person. Like, that's. All right, I'm done.
You done?
So those of you that are on YouTube Live can see a lot more what's happening, but yeah, no. It's not something I want to do. And I do think that it's toxic because you don't pay attention to what it does to the other person. No one wants to not respect you. No one wants to start, that's really tough to watch your respect level for somebody dwindle down. And you try to hold on. I think you said that earlier. Hold on to what was. Just hold on for dear life, but it's not. It's nothing you can do about it. And that becomes toxic as well when women that fall in love with potential. That is toxic. That is some toxicness right there. Anyway, we have a message. Do you have anything to say before I press play?
No, go ahead, play.
Okay.
Well, listen, it's like, okay, if I say, I don't want to be bothered right now, or hey, I just need some time to do this, then it would become a point where, why do you need to do that? Why do you need this time? Well, what's going on? What's that? What's this? What's that? I would rather just, deal with it another kind of way. It all depends on if I want to hear the extra nagging.
Go ahead, Miss Speak Life. I see them faces over there.
First of all, I don't understand how it's nagging. We're supposed to be your peace, but then you don't want to talk to us about nothing. Then you want to be all up in your feelings in the bag because life is hard and work is hard. And we're just supposed to know these things. Like, we're supposed to be magicians out this mug and just know. Then you don't want to tell us, hey, I need space, so we can actually give you the space that you need, right? We got things we could be doing. Shoot, I could just sit here and do nothing and be glad without you by me. Trust. However, it makes it more difficult. That's what causes the toxicity. Because now what you're doing is you're producing or you're developing insecurity in that woman. She's trying to figure it out. She don't know what's going on. Is he talking to someone else? I don't know why he's not being honest, because clearly I can tell something's not right. And that's what you're not realizing, that there's a lot of things she's gonna pick up on. Why not just tell her? I had a real tough day, a real tough week. I just need a day, babe. Can I get a day? Sure. Go about your business. Just come back ready to take care of business. See, that's the part. Like, not wanting to take care of business from the rip and then still not wanting to take care of business, that's the core issue. Why aren't you able to take care of business? Why aren't you able to acknowledge the situation and tackle the situation? Why are you trying to run from it? So I feel like I'm a little up right now. So I'm gonna come back down. But yeah, that's not healthy. That's toxic, sir. What's his name? Let me see what his name was. Yeah, they Israel. Don't be toxic now. Just tell the truth and shame the devil. It's okay. And you'll be surprised with the response you might get. She might just be willing to lay your head on her lap and say, baby, come here. She might just be willing to say, I'm about to run you a bath water. Or whatever, we like the honesty, honestly, especially because you're telling us, and we know that's a vulnerable place that you wouldn't necessarily tell someone else. That's my take. It's actually right.
What if the person that you're talking about, the lady that's supposed to be the peace, is the problem? Is the person who's causing the not nagging, but causing the stress that this person may be feeling? So if I can't come to you to decompress, what can I do? Or what should I do?
Well, why wouldn't you be able to come to decompress? Are you not doing something that you're supposed to do?
That's funny how
what would be the
it's funny how we flip it back around is that what I'm not doing. I'm telling you,
but
you're
that's
the reason
what I'm
why.
saying. What?
I'm telling you the reason why I can't come to you and tell you how I feel, but then you turn around and say, well, what are you doing? Dang.
All right, so you're not telling me how I would be the reason. You're just saying, what if you're the reason?
Right.
Well, I'm asking, in what ways could this be? Which ways could I be the reason you can't decompress?
Well, right now, the whole conversation is about being in toxic relationship. So we don't know what the reasons are. We're going through a list of what these traits are. But what I'm saying is that if you're the person that's giving, the person if you're a toxic person, how can I come to you and lay my head on you and tell you about X, Y, Z when you're the person who's causing me to be stressed out, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, if you're the toxic person, then you can't be the peace in toxicity. I don't understand.
All right, before we, let's hit play before we get into the next points. Go ahead, hit play.
See, some women don't think like that, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's been times when I've been completely honest. Hey, I don't feel like texting right now. Hey, I'm going to call you back. I just want to lay down right now. I don't feel like having a phone conversation. Some women perceive that as being a little shaky. Like, it's nowhere in the world you're about to just lay down or be by yourself.
Facts.
Or you're going to take a day for yourself. I'm younger, so maybe that's part of the issue. I'm a little bit younger, so maybe it's just the people I've been dealing with. But yeah.
No, sir. Age has nothing to do with it. Toxic relationship is in all ages and forms, young, old, whatever. It's there regardless. So you're not saying that that's not true. When you say, hey, I just want to, I'm gonna hang my phone up, I'm gonna chill out. Nah, they're not going to let that fly. What you mean you're not answering your phone? What you mean you're not texting? What are you doing? They assuming the worst, like you're doing something else. Meanwhile, you probably want to sleep. You probably want to play your video game. You probably want to read a book or something. You might want to go outside, cut the grass. Something that's going to give you peace, but they thinking you're doing something totally different because you don't want to answer your phone. So I get where you're coming from, sir. Ms. I Speak Life.
Should I press play?
Oh, you had nothing for that?
I mean, it's nothing I can say because I think that those type of things are there are things that happen or occur prior to that. Have you always? Are you consistent in this? Have I seen you reading a book before? Like, what are we talking about? Now you're going to be like Kevin Hart, you about to go feed the birds? What? No. Mm. And having your time, I'm not saying what you do in your time, but I'm the type of person, alone time is a part of the relationship. You're going to know that I need my alone time already. So it's not going to be a shock to you down the line, like, oh, no, babe, I'm just taking my time. You know how it is. I'm at the water. Oh, okay, cool, you at the water. Yeah, because that's my time. That's what I do on a regular basis before, during, and possibly, if it lends to it after you. So some things are just part of who I am. Now, will I invite you to the water every once in a while so you can see that there's no, I'm not entertaining men while I'm here. This is why I'm here. It's peaceful, serene, or whatever. I think the whole thing is that the invitation is never made. It's always separated. So when you don't invite a person at all ever, then they tend to wonder, well, what's going over there? Why don't I have access to you in this space or this place? And that is an easy fix. Just invite them invite them one time, 30 minutes. All right, baby, I just wanted to show you what I do. Bye, go about your business. You'd be surprised how that anxiety level goes down. Like, oh, this man ain't doing nothing. It's the communication that doesn't happen. I'm just communication and pattern. The woman's gonna go by the pattern. What do you usually do? It's just like with social media. Oh, I don't want to post my relationship on social media. Well, you posted your last 5. So why you don't want to post this one? Or I don't want to show, I don't post this or that. Well, you post them or you post it, well, what's causing the difference? And when you can't answer the question, then that becomes like red flags. That becomes toxic because you have no reasoning that makes sense for you to say, no, I'm not going to post this relationship or our relationship or you, but I'll post this. And it's not just your business or your brand. It's not like that's all that's on the page. You'll promote other people. Oh, shout out to this person, that person. But here I am establishing you, supporting you, up late hours, driving this, that, and the third. And I'm kind of speaking from experience. But then you won't acknowledge me. That would be a problem. Eventually we're going to have some type of issue. But as long as you, promoting, here's this, and you got a flyer up and all, then we're good. We're good.
So
it's when you don't have a reason behind it. Go ahead, Twin.
So those things, those pattern things you said is actually, those are kind of toxic things right there. The fact that you knew that I posted my last 3 or 4 girlfriends on social media, that's a red flag for me. Like, you stalking my page to see who I posted over the years. Not you personally, but those are traits of toxic. So you're upset because I posted the last 3 or 4 relationship I had, but I'm not posting you. Well, let's step back for a minute and take a look at it. Those last 3 or 4 relationships that I was in, that I posted them, am I still with them? No. So maybe that wasn't the right way to go to be in a relationship. Let me try something different now with you, right? Let me not post you out there and do something new and see if that works. But speaking on
that would be fine. But that says a reason. That's what I'm saying. If you do something and you don't give a explanation as to how it makes sense, then you just leave it at not making sense, and that's going to lead the problem right there.
A man or a woman shouldn't have to explain their actions about why they're doing something, especially if it's not causing any problems. See, you're making not you, but people in this situation is making a problem of saying, oh, well, you posted Let's Go Friends. What does that got to do with anything? Are we happy? Yes. Okay, who cares what I post? That's a problem right there.
Are we happy? So I think that I understand your point.
He might be happy, right? But she may not be happy. And that's a conversation that someone needs to have, right?
Right. And then here's the second part, though, right? If this is something that you're doing and you have no reason, that's not the reason. And the woman is saying, or the man, for that instance, is saying, well, I feel more comfortable if you post me, or that'll make them happy. And you don't. Well, what is the issue? If it's not hurting you, it's not going to hurt you, but why wouldn't you if that's what they're asking? Now this is the issue, because now it's like, well, if you never had problems with it before, you don't have a reason as to why, and I'm asking you not, then there would be an issue. I think that would lend to like really insecurity, etc.
Yeah, and that's.
But if you feel like I don't have to explain nothing to you,
Yeah, that's when. But see, right there, that's a form of communication. At that point, you're asking why, and you're getting a reason why, right? That's a different. That's a different
Right.
scenario to pair to just doing it and not saying anything, whatever. If you ask and you say X, Y, Z, cool. I mean, based on the response is how it's going to go from there. I get that part. That's cool.
Right.
Let's hit play because I don't want to
Right.
get too behind these messages, but hit play. But our next point
All right.
is in the order.
See, the reason is either way, you're going to have a problem if I say I need alone time or if I don't say it. So if I say I don't want to be bothered right now, you're gonna have a problem with that. If I just take the time to myself, you're gonna have a problem with that. So it's like it's what is it? It's a no win sometimes.
Facts. You can't win either way. Either route that you go, you can't win. You damn if you do, or damn if you don't.
I'm gonna press play.
All right, go ahead.
And the thing about social media is the devil in disguise. It's a two-edged sword. It can go positive, it can go negative. I'm just getting out of a 3-year relationship, and in those 3 years, I only posted my girlfriend once in a story for Valentine's Day because I've noticed in previous relationships when me and the person posted each other, that caused problems. Okay, so my future relationships, I don't want to post anything, but at the same time, I'm not going to be online as if I'm single. You know, not everybody needs to know who my woman is. You know what I'm saying? I don't want people lusting over her anyway. So, I mean, people going to do what they want, but I'd rather just not post going forward.
I like what you said there, sir. I like what you said there. It's cool, it don't have to be known the who, but you definitely need to make it known that you're not available to the world. Tank said it best if I'm accessible, these hoes can have you. You put it, that's just that. And everything is communication. We don't have to be, on social media all day, every day, lovey dovey. None of that. No, but just make sure that you make it clear that there's a relationship. You're not a single man or woman. You're not available. You're not accessible. These are the boundaries that need to be set, whether it's social media, work relationships. We talked about that, twins, work wives and husbands. No boundaries.
Don't do it. Don't have a worth wife and worth husband. It ain't worth it.
No boundaries. That's all that means. No boundaries. And that's toxic because what you share with a person, I think the whole idea is like with men, it's like, oh, I don't have to hear her nag me. I don't have to tell her where I'm at. I don't have to do this. I don't have to do that. I just get to come here, lay up, and leave. But at the same time, the reason you chose the woman you chose and not the one you laying up with is because you know that woman's gonna cover you, she's gonna cook, she's gonna be there when the chips fall, and all these other things. So why not just? I gave a friend of mine advice. This is years ago. You're dating a lot of different women. Cool. You can't make. You're getting this from this woman. This one makes you laugh, and this one really makes you feel good about yourself, and this one you just really have a dope vibe with. This one's, you wear on your arm. Why don't you pick one of those women and take little bits of attributes from all the ones you've had and start developing them in her? Because that's a possibility. That build the bear thing. Now, women, we can't do that. It won't work reverse, but it definitely will work from man to woman. You see, because men have to know who they are. They have to be already, they can't. It's different. It's difficult. A lot of men are in identity crisis, and I think that's why a lot of relationships aren't working. But if men were secure in who they are and, what they want, and they were go-getters, and this is what it is, and they have vision, even if they didn't have all of the means, that woman could, here. That's how we build. We take that vision and we build upon that. But if you don't have that and you don't know, and everything's, I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know, figuring out. That's not going to work. Now, a woman can be very, I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out, and a man say, babe, do this, do that, and the third, and that works. But it won't happen. I don't think it can happen in reverse. I think the reverse is toxic. Twins, you got anything on that?
No, you good. You can hit play.
You being quiet today. I'm scared. I'm gonna hit play.
So the thing that it sounds like to me is I feel like a lot of people aren't really listening to the situation at hand or the question or the conversation that's at hand. But what I'm hearing is a lot of people haven't taken time to get to know their mate so that they can understand their language, because you should be able to feel when something is off, or, you've said something that kind of touched them or rubbed them the wrong way, and you guys should be able to sense it and have that conversation. But you should know your spouse or your significant other in that manner when you know, oh, okay, so I did, I said something that was a little ways or whatever. So he gonna need a couple minutes or whatever. So let me back off, and then we'll talk about it when, he's ready, and vice versa. So I think what's all missing, and even though this isn't even a topic, is just a basic friendship.
Right. I think we said that earlier. It's like you got to have that core relationship. Thanks, Platinum Hands, for the comment. Yes. And like I told the other person who came in, we're going to know that something's going on with you. So when we come to you to say, hey, babe, what's going on? Talk to me. And then you keep us away from what's actually happening. You just want to go and, spend time alone and think that you guys just feel like we're not going to be okay with you spending time alone. I don't understand that. I think that if you communicate what's going on, that woman or that man, that mate is going to be understanding of that. We all go through it. So I agree with Platinum Hands. Like, you got to be able to sense it. But what happens when you sense it and they don't want to talk about it?
Yeah, I got nothing to add to that. Thank you, Platinum Hands. You can hit and play for the next one.
Well, I'm going to have to disagree with you on one part, Miss I Speak Life. I don't think you can take attributes from another person and put it into someone else. I can't put into someone something that they just don't have. That's just my opinion.
Okay. No, look, we can agree to disagree. And I'm not saying that when I say build the bear, I mean, you can definitely encourage and suggest and, help grow a person. I'm not saying they'll turn into that other person, but you can grow that's just my take on it. We can agree to disagree. Twins, anything?
Nope. You can play
the
next one.
But I think I will agree with you on an indecisive man. I used to be very indecisive, and it just was like, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know. And then I ended up being led around by a woman, and I was like, what the fuck, So I had to be more decisive, get my mindset on what to do, lead, be a leader.
Word.
Cool.
All right, twins.
So the next point I want to get to before we get too deep into it, patterns of disrespect and being late, casually forgetting events, and other behaviors that show disrespect to your life. Those are red flags right there. So they constantly forgetting about events or things that's going on and showing up late. Yeah, that's definitely a sign of disrespect right there that you need to be mindful of.
Agreed. 100% agreed.
Cool. All right, we'll get right to it. Next one would be negative financial behaviors. Once again, we're talking about signs that you're in a toxic relationship, people. So anyone who might jump in a little late here, we're talking about the signs of toxic relationships. So negative financial behaviors. Negative financial behaviors. Your partner might make financial decisions, right? Including big purchases or withdrawals, a large sum of money, without talking to you. Yeah, Yeah, that could be some problems right there, especially if your significant other has access to your business account and you use that and you use that for your texts, auditing things, whatever, or whatever case may be. But for some reason, they just take the car. You know what? I'm gonna buy me a car today, and you missing $20,000 out of your company account. You're like, what the hell happened? You looking, seeing fraud, whatever, and kind of find out somebody done bought a car without telling the other person, and that could be problems right there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's deep. I watched
Are you breaking up there?
Illusion. I switch it to the AirPods. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. Well,
Oh.
I started watching Disillusion. I think it's called something Disillusion last night. It was in the middle of the morning after you had already fell asleep. So you can just imagine what time it was. So I don't know the name of it. But I will tell you, the woman was a writer, and she had written several series of books. Her husband was, a career man. They lived a really nice life. They had 2 children. And the book company wanted her to write another series. They offered her $2 million. But early in the earlier stages of the movie, because I didn't get through all of it, the husband traded. He does trade from time to time. $20,000, and it took him 6 months to tell her that he took out $20,000 to trade, and the trade went bad.
Wow.
See, she didn't even and then pressured her to go ahead and take the book deal when he read the offer letter. I was like, see, that's some toxic, and they have a loving relationship. She didn't respond to it like it was toxic. You could tell she kind of felt the way about it, but she didn't say anything. She just proceeded to go ahead, accept the offer, start trying to write the book or whatever, hired a nanny. I was like, dang. And he just in the account with like crazy. Mm-mm. So yeah, I'm glad you said that. That's different. To me, that's toxic. If we don't communicate when major purchases are being made, I wouldn't feel considered or respected. How about you, twin?
No, I agree. I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
You need to run those things by me. Not saying that you can't do them, but I believe we're supposed to be in this partnership together, in this relationship. So I'm expect you to run those things by me before you go and buy them. So one, I'm not caught, blind, because if I see a big large sum of money come up my account without no one telling me, I'm calling 911, fraud, whatever, shutting cars down, banks down, and to kind of find out it was my significant other. Like, oh man. Now I'm looking like a fool now because I don't call everyone in the world, try to shut stuff down, yelling at people like, "Did you lose a card?" And kind of find out it was my significant other, and that's gonna be bad overall.
Right.
All right, let's get into this last one because there's plenty more of them, but we won't stop at 7 because 7 completion. But the last one here that we'll stop at is lack of self-care. Lack of self-care. So in a toxic relationship, you might let go of your usual self-care habits. You might withdraw from hobbies the ones you once loved, right? You may neglect your health, you may gain weight, lose weight, whatever, and you might sacrifice your free time. And those are signs right there of lack of self-care in these toxic relationships. So that's a big deal.
So what's your take on, we're in a relationship, no, free kids, right? Free kids, the woman starts gaining a few pounds and doesn't feel like she needs to lose the weight.
You said, what my take on that? So 3 kids in, and she doesn't want to lose the weight, right? So I'm right. Is that what you're saying, right?
Right. This is before kids, so it's not like she got baby weight or.
Oh, you said before
none
kids.
of that.
I'm sorry. So you said before kids?
Yeah, before kids. Mhm.
So she has. Hold on. Go back. Ask the question again, because I'm maybe I heard it wrong. Say it one more time for me, please.
All right. So before childbearing, she doesn't have children yet. You guys are together. She puts on a few pounds. Maybe she got work stress or whatever.
Okay.
But doesn't feel the need to lose any weight. But you would prefer her, cut, go back to those, 25 pounds lighter what she was.
So she gained all this weight and there's no kids there, right? We didn't have kids yet. It's just a stress. This is stress right here. Stress weight.
People gain weight every day and don't have children, right? They like eating.
I know, but we're talking about relationship right now, right? We're not just we're talking about.
That's what
people.
I'm saying. So it's not no children.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand the question before I answer. So no kids, but you're in a relationship with somebody and they're gaining on this weight. Okay, I mean, one, I'm going to express that unless there's some health conditions and there's not, if she just chooses to let herself go, we're gonna have a conversation about hey, you're gaining weight or XYZ. I'm gonna bring that conversation up. Now, if she chooses at that point that she don't want to do anything, then I'm gonna do what? Pew! I'm out of there. Because
how you gonna? No, you're married.
Oh, we're married. Oh, it's still pew because no kids yet. Because I want kids. Depending on the relationship. Listen, I'm okay with you gaining weight after kids because that's kid weight that you put on. I'm cool with that. But if you're gaining on this weight and we don't have any kids, oh yeah, I don't know what you're going through. If we can't work out together, we can't go walk together. If you can't see some counseling help or find some workout friends to go with and you choose to let yourself go, I don't have to be here. Sorry. Because are you going to gain weight in the future? Yes. Am I going to gain weight in the future? Yes. But we can't start the gate with being big out of shape. I'm being honest. If any woman say looks don't matter, well, stop lying. Stop right there. Looks do matter. That's how it's called. It's called attraction, people. It's called attraction. When I saw my wife, when I first met her, I thought she was beautiful. Well, she still is beautiful. But I'm saying, she was like, ooh, who's that? So if she, for some reason, before we had kids and anything, decided to put on 50 pounds for no damn reason, oh, yeah, I'm definitely out of there. Peace. Pew. Just that simple. Because I know me. I'm a visual man. So if you're already out of shape and you can't put any sexy lingerie on, dresses, none of that now, and I like that stuff, it's not going to work out for us. It's just that simple.
Well, why wouldn't she be able to still put on lingerie? They make it plus size.
You tried it, but go ahead.
I'm gonna press play. We're not gonna hurt nobody's feelings today. We're gonna press play.
Well, I've been in relationship. They had gained some weight, and I don't know. I've never been in a situation when they didn't want to lose the weight, but if they didn't want to lose the weight, I would encourage things like, shit, why don't we just go for a walk? I mean, we would just be going on a lot of walks.
Facts.
A lot of walks. If we got to walk around the mall, let's go to the track today. Like, we'll be doing some activities, some active things, because in so many ways, I'm going to help you lose this weight, whether you like it or not.
Can't be mad at him. He said we're going to go for a walk in the mall.
Then we go to a track. We're going to do something. We just not going to
everything we do is going to be active, okay? He's the one that's going to park 3 rows down at the Target and the Walmart. We're going to walk to the door, from way back on the other end of the parking lot. Yeah, I feel you, though. You can encourage it without actually bringing it all the way up and things like that, too. But I think that when there's a sign of anything, I think it should be communicated. Hey, I noticed this, or what's going on with this, and just see where they are with it. And if they're uncomfortable, then you encourage them in subtle ways like that. I think that I agree with that. Twin, we got another message.
Yep, go ahead.
So I just have a really quick question because I'm a little confused. I don't know if it's because I called in late, but I'm trying to figure out what exactly is the topic of today's conversation so that we could kind of respond to what we're supposed to be here for.
All right, it's like resetting the room, Twin.
Yeah. Hey, Platinum Hands, welcome to Real Deal. This is how you feel. I'm sorry, this is the Real Deal versus how you feel, and I'm Twinsinc with Miss I Speak Life. And the conversation that we're having today is, I know I'm being real extra here. Don't judge me. But
I'm over here joining you. You see me on
hold up. It is. Hold on one second here, because I don't have the main screen up because I got multiple screens up here.
signs of toxic relationships, and then we were supposed to go into zodiac sign dating. Just discussing it
Yes.
surface for
Yes.
the zodiac sign dating, because I don't think either one of us are really invested in zodiac sign stuff. So
Yeah. So you might have jumped in a little late, but we went through about 7 traits to see what it looks like if you're in a toxic relationship. Because some people may be in a toxic relationship and don't understand that they're in one. And we're not saying these are absolute things, but it's something to take a step back and look and see. Hey, I might be in one and don't even know it. So you have the opportunity to try to fix
or I
it.
might be the cause of one.
Right, you might be the cause of one. You have the opportunity, especially if you want your relationship to work. This should give you the opportunity to step back and let me reevaluate some things. Let me see, I got to work on me. Check with my significant other. Because if you do want this to work, then all right, I'm gonna do everything possible to fix it before it gets too deep and it blows up. So that's where we're at. But thanks for tuning in, Platinum Hands. We'd love to have you.
Right. Maybe just go through the list, just naming them without the discussion. So
Yes.
she's aware of some of the things we kind of expounded on or gave examples of. This is not our stories necessarily. These are just examples of what it is the list is saying.
Yes. So about 7 of them. There's plenty more, but we just 7. So 1 is gonna be lack of support. 2, toxic communication. 3, jealousy. 4, controlling behaviors. 5, patterns of disrespect. 6, negative financial behaviors. 7, lack of self-care. I dropped the mic on myself right there,
This guy.
So this give y'all where we're at now. So we can go ahead and get into the zodiac sign part of it.
Zodiac sign. So this is very surface. It's more, hopefully the audience, those that are listening, can really chime in a little bit, because I think the last show, again, this stems from the conversation we were having. The guy came on and asked our signs and, decided to give us some type of reading or meaning. What was it that he gave?
I forgot, but it was definitely something with the horoscopes, and it was like a reading. So I'm gonna say reading until if he comes in and check us.
Right. So he lended something like a reading, and from that it's like, zodiac sign dating, is this a thing? Like, and how does it go? We know the song Signs of Love Making, Zodiac Freak. But I'm hearing in a lot of other spaces as well, more and more, what's your sign? What's your sign? What's your sign? And is that a sign of toxicity?
See, me personally, I know what my sign is, but when I was out there dating these streets, I wasn't looking for the opposite sign that was compatible with me. I don't really feed into these signs. I mean, I know what I am. I like what I am, Aquarius. But as far as the meaning behind it and all the other stuff and whatever am I compatible with, I don't know. I never feed into those things. Love is love, my personal opinion.
So, yeah, because there are people who are like, oh, no, I can't date you because you're a Scorpio Sag. What does that mean? Oh, yeah, I would love to date you because you're a Scorpio, regardless of which way it goes. Like, right. Okay. You don't know me, though. So if your premise is just a sign, you're kind of going in wrong, I think. Nothing wrong with having the conversation, but I'm talking about the people who really base the yes or the no as for dating a person on their sign. Like, oh, no, I'm not going to date a Pisces. Okay. I don't know much about Pisces. I just happened to pull that one out. I don't know. I don't really, subscribe to the whole zodiac thing fully. So I've only read it, and that's pretty much it. But I hear people say they date this type of sign. They won't date this type of sign anymore. A lot of times it's like Geminis and Libras or something like that, Taurus. So I don't know. But we have a comment. So do you have anything on that before I press play?
Go ahead, play, and I'll say some afterwards. Go ahead, play.
All right.
Back on the self-care thing, Miss I Speaks Life, you said that you would have a conversation with the person. But I feel like I don't want to sound like a woman hater because I'm not. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I feel like it's easier for women just to come to men and tell us whatever. Like when if I was to approach a woman, my girl, my wife, whatever, about her weight, I would feel kind of like I
Facts.
don't want to offend her, so I feel like I'm gonna have to go through all these avenues, like parking 3 blocks away from Target or walking around this mall a couple extra times before I come to her and say, you know what, you getting big. I feel like women can just come to a man and be like, you know what, you big as shit, and yeah, you need to lose some weight.
Hey yo,
Yeah,
that's a fact right there. It's trust me, I'm married.
that's funny.
That's a fact though. Like
That's funny.
like we gotta find creative ways to say, "Hey, how you doing, babe? You gained a little weight there. That love handles. You got to say it in a nice way because you want to get a black eye. And on top of that, you don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, right? But like you said, if they was telling us something, it'd be cutthroat like it's nothing. So, but we gotta be mindful of our words. So I understand what you're saying, but I like the
That's
creativity.
so not true. We're not about to just sit there and be like, bro, your hairline receded. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to go and try to get you some Rogaine. We're going to come around with that dye. Like, babe, look what I started using, the tea tree oil. Let's
Miss, I
get
speak
this.
like
We're
I'm
not
about
about
to
to
totally
come and
disagree
say you
with you
got
on that.
spaces in your beard. We're not coming crazy like that. We're not going to tell you.
It's like
Huh?
there's a story that we talked about a long time ago when a guy was showing somebody a certain, I don't know if it was artwork or it was a haircut or something like that, and he asked you your personal opinion about it, and you went in on it. Remember that?
What you mean?
Remember that?
No,
But
I don't know
you
what you're
remember? I
talking
can't
about.
remember the
Nope.
conversation. It was. I think I want to say it was smoke. It was a haircut or something, or his beard. It was something he wanted to show his woman, and he told his woman about it, and she was like, "Nah, that's trash." Because he asked her for
Oh
a
no,
personal
that
opinion.
was smoke. That's what he said. His woman said, but that was jealousy. There was other things there. There was a lot of underlying
Okay.
things that he ended up telling us about their relationship, where her responding like that made sense. But we're talking
Okay.
about
Okay.
in a
Okay.
healthy relationship
Hell.
or in a relationship period. What would be toxic is that, just blatantly saying it in that harsh way. And that's why I noted that you can be honest, but you don't have to be brutally honest. We're not going to just walk into you, yo, your hairline is really receding, bro. No, 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 no. We're not trying to kill you. We're not trying to create insecurities in you.
Oh,
We're not going to say you might want to try the blue pill. What's going on? We're not doing that. No,
it's going down.
no. We're going to try to. We're going to.
You still there?
I'm gonna time out
Oh.
myself.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna
Okay.
time out myself.
Hey.
Certain things, I think it depends on what it is. We know that men are more sensitive to certain things, and we know that women are more sensitive to certain things. Weight is one of those things for women and men that are soft spots. But then you also have like hairlines for men. That's a given. That's a soft spot. You have that deficiencies in the bedroom. Men aren't easily told, bro, you're not doing it right. They're not easily told that. So we can't just come with, what are you doing? We can't, we're not going to do that. So we try to coach you through it. We try different things, and it's the same way. But I'm not saying that it should be something that you can't present to your significant other, especially if you guys developed relationship. Like, this is your homie. This is your friend. I know in my past relationships when we had to talk about serious things, like things that are bothering us, we would say each other's first name. We would we would say, look, I need to talk to you for real, like my friend. Not my partner, not the co-parenting person, not the other, the breadwinner or the help or not. I need to talk to my friend. And then we would address each other throughout the conversation by our first names and say, listen, I feel like da 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 da, or I'm seeing blah, 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 blah. And then we go from there. But we knew that in those times, we take our emotions out. Like, you're not attacking me. You don't want to hurt my feelings. That's why we're having this conversation in this way. And that's how we dealt with it. Because sometimes you need to tell a person the real deal. Forget how they feel.
Forget how they- Got you.
Like, look, enough is enough. I can't be unhappy, but for so long. You know, that's just what it is. Eventually, you're gonna have to face it. It's when you don't face it and you don't face it and you don't face it. Now you feel in a way, and that's how I think things start to fester, and then you start talking to someone outside of the relationship about things that are going on in the relationship. That's violation, but it happens. It happens. It happens. So we got messages. You got anything, or I'm good on press and play?
Are you good? You can play. Someone get too far behind.
All right.
So when we get into zodiac signs, what I feel like is people don't know who they are personally, and they're looking for answers from everyone else. So what they do is start to pick up the traits of what something is saying they should be, or what they should act like, or who they are, and things like that. And then they try and live up to that instead of trying to find authentically who they are. Fall in love with yourself and then present yourself in a way. It's just like saying, oh, in the culture, they only do this in this community, when no, that's not the case. But if someone's saying that and then you say, well, this is what they expect of me, so this is what I'm going to show them instead of being yourself, I think that is kind of just weird. And find you and present you. Bring you to the table.
Whoop, whoop. Amen. I agree with Platinum Hands.
Yeah, no,
it's sad. Right. I feel like it's sad. All right, we press and play.
Well, hey, you might not be doing that, but hey, bro, look, just make him a little bit mad, and you'll find out everything that she been telling you all this nice way. You'll find out the real truth. Then just make him mad a little bit.
Already know. Ooh. Already know.
No. I'm gonna press play.
I can't with the extra pounds you gain. Oh, but wait, what about the Rogaine and the blue pill for you, sir? I can't with y'all today.
I'm just saying, we just keeping it real across the board. We don't want anyone to feel slighted, but we're not gonna come at them like, hey, guess what? I went to the store and I got these pills. Twinsinc. Let's go ahead and pose the question. Y'all Israel, let me make sure I'm saying his name. They Israel, you're interacting, and then on the split Platinum Hands. For the men, if there is an issue in the bedroom, how would you prefer being, approached by that? You're not satisfying. You're not doing it right. How could somebody tell you that in a way where it's not going to be offensive? You're not going to feel insecure. What does that look like? Non-toxic way.
Yeah, after being in a relationship for so many years, you should be able to have that comfortable conversation about that. As a man, you should know. You want to make sure that your woman is satisfied, right? Because that's your job. You don't make sure she won't go nowhere else and get that satisfied. So, I don't think that's a hard question for me personally. You know what I'm saying? But I know it can be, but me personally, I'm just a direct person.
But how could it be approached?
Approached. You mean like
anyway?
I'll say this. In couples, relationships, y'all should have monthly checkup, if not yearly checkups. And when I say yearly checkup, I don't mean at the doctor's office. I'm talking about do a review of the months, right? Y'all talk about the relationship, how things are going. All right, this month, XYZ, whatever. And you should go from finances, everything to sex. So we're on the same page, whatever. And you should be able to have that open dialogue, like, hey, anything additional I can do better, or you know what I'm saying? It might be a little awkward, but I gotta make sure that you good, because if you ain't good, it's a problem. If I ain't good, that's a problem too. So I want to make sure that I'm keeping you financially, physically, sexually satisfied. Just that simple. So I think a lot of people are scared to have this conversation and just assume things, and that's where a lot of problems happen. And it all falls down to communication. You got to be able to have that communication with one another, or you have nothing.
Agreed. Communication is it. And I like the check-ins, the checkups. I like that. All right, my press play.
Well, to that, after I pick up my ego and put it in the closet, I'm just joking. But either way you tell me, I may feel offended. Okay, but that's just the ego. The ego is hurt. You know what I'm saying? Um, from a realistic way of thinking, I would just say, well, what is it that I can do to make this better? Now, if it's like a real physical problem, hey, maybe I need to go to the doctor, see why I'm not working properly, or if I'm stressed out, maybe my blood pressure up or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe I need to try some herbs. You know what I'm saying? Like, teach me, tell me what you like. Um, just I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to work on it.
And Miss I
I
speak
like to teach me.
right. And fellas, let me drop a free gem out there for you fellas out there. Men, take care of your health. You should be an athlete for life, right? But mostly my African men, because we suffer from high blood pressure, right? It's a big deal in our community, right? You don't want to get on high blood pressure pills. You do not. Now, they're good because it's going to help you stay alive, but you want to make sure you stay healthy. The side effects of being on high blood pressure, that it's going to have some impact in the manhood area with getting it up, because your blood vessels, the blood need to flow through your whole body. So that's going to help you. That's going to prevent you and hurt you from getting that thing up. So with that being said, you want to make sure you keep your health in check and order so you don't get to the point of being on blood pressure pills, right? I think I was 20. My daughter's okay. I want to say I was either 29 or 30, but my weight went up, right? I gained a lot of weight. Still young as hell. But then they told me I'd be on blood pressure pills. Man, gave me about a year or so. I was out them joints, and my lifestyle has changed because I know, me personally, I'm very active, and I don't need anything else preventing me from getting it up besides old age. That's all.
Thank you for the gym. Gym. There you go. Thank you for the gym. Yeah, we want you to take care of your health as well because we want you to keep it up as well. And the entire time. We don't want you to fold at no given moment. Keep it up. That's Miss I Speak Life over now.
Now so those questions were just for us, or I think yes for everybody, right? So I'm expecting Platinum Hams to say her
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
too.
I mean, hopefully, I'm over here acting silly over this, but hopefully, Platinum Hands doesn't mind, saying how she would approach the situation
Well, Miss,
in terms of
how would you approach it?
telling how I would approach it. I'll
Yeah,
tell you.
Miss, I speak life.
Maybe let
Speak
me
life
tell
to
you.
your man. Speak life to his
Yeah,
performance.
That's why I said I like to end up what he said because I'll be the teacher. Matter of fact, I've been the professor. I've been the listen. Let's go ahead, professor, the dean, the associate dean, whatever it lends to. Let's be creative. But you got to remember, my daddy told me that if my man needs me to be Betty Boop or Jessica Rabbit, you know what I'm saying? So that's already in my mind. So creativity in that space is like, do it this way, do it that way. Now, I'm not overly, I'm not like freaky, like nothing like that. However, I think it should be enjoyable, lasting, and a healthy, happy moment for both parties. So, anything that I can do that's not beyond what I do or what I won't do, certain things I'm holding for marriage. So if it's not beyond that, then let's be creative. Let's have a good time. Let's make a movie. Literally.
Hit play.
I'm a press play.
So I have a question for you. What would be a way to approach a woman without her getting offended? As far as bedroom things, because I had a situation when I said something, maybe I said it the wrong way, but she took it as, oh, you want me to do what this girl was doing, so why don't you go back and get her? I guess I made her feel insecure. So what would be a good way to approach a woman about bedroom things?
Well, it sounds like you mentioned another woman. I can tell you right now, that's not the way to go. You definitely don't want to approach the situation by starting off telling a story about someone else. Um, I think that it's easier for a man to identify twins. You getting all these messages, sir? I think it's easier for a man to identify areas that he wants the woman to be more creative in that setting by just doing little things. You could go to the store and buy lingerie. You could go and buy like little toys. It's the experience at that point. Once you make her fully comfortable, and I'm not saying that she doesn't need to be comfortable herself first. That's a given. Okay. It don't matter how much you tell her she's beautiful. If she's insecure, she's insecure. So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a woman who's just maybe not familiar with doing things the way you like doing them. Yeah. So I would say you just go and you start to incorporate your little things, and then you coach her along the way. Hey, babe, we're going to try this. Women like for men to be in control sometimes too. In the bedroom, I think a lot of times women do like to have a sense of control. That's why a lot of women tend to like being on top and stuff like that. But I think it's easier for men because you guys are natural leaders. So if you're leading me, to do missionary versus upside down versus, other things, it's pretty much we following your lead. But if you want something different, that you definitely don't mention another woman though. Like, don't do that. I don't know if I have any other advice on that. You can just go to the store, create an experience, and then be open with whatever it is you want to say and want to do. Twins, you got anything on that? I can press play.
No, you press play.
So for me, in my marriage, it was I showed him. I told him, relax today. I'm going to show you how I want to be touched, kissed, licked, and sucked on. And that kind of lightened the blow a little bit because, it's just, I don't know of a nice way to say it. So it was just kind of like the Usher song, we trade in places. So tonight, I'm going to do to you what I want you to do to me. So if he's really taking notes and he wants to please you, he's going to acknowledge all the things that you have presented to him. And then he'll, do it in return, the same as, the other. Everybody has to learn each other's love language. So I don't think anybody should be offended by it because you don't go in on.
I agree. As long as you're saying that you're approaching it from a love, a considerate place, you shouldn't be offended. So I agree. And the expectation is not that you know me so much. I like teaching. I'd rather you, be open to learning what works for me and not just assume that porno you worked up, that you worked yourself up to is what's about to happen. So like a lot of men learn from porn and their mind just stays stuck on that. So they don't understand the experience of all of it. It's just that, it goes like this. This is this, and then this is this, and then, we're happy. Mm-mm. I don't know how we got on this, but, mm-mm. Twins, you're too quiet. You're too quiet for me.
No.
Twinsinc.
I'm here. I like the approach that Platinum Hands has as well. I think all ladies should take that same approach with your long-term serious relationship. Not everybody. Everybody don't need to learn your body like that. But the person you're going to spend the longest time with or whatever, they need to learn your body that way. And I like that. That's pretty dope. That's a pretty good idea to teach them. Yeah, I like it.
All right, so we just switching gears and trading places. Here's play.
On the porn thing, Yeah, porn is a big detriment, and I think that the younger you watch it, the more it fucks you up because it's very, very unrealistic. So I tell anybody that will listen to me, stop watching that shit. I tell my little cousins, 19, 20 years old, stop watching that shit. It don't teach you anything. The only way you're gonna learn is through experience. Okay, like the only way I learned how to be good at certain things that I do is from experience and being willing to learn. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have to be willing and able to learn. Hands on the job training. Porn is a detriment.
Twins can't see me right now. He said hands on. I put my hands up, like hands on.
But that is a proven fact. What you stated though, the more porn you watch,
Yeah.
it's a proven fact. It's a proven study. The more porn you watch, it actually hurts you mentally. So when you get into the physical action, you know how to get yourself off, but your significant other may not be able to do it the same way because you know how to get yourself off a lot quicker and a lot easier than the person. So yeah, you have to stay away from that stuff. I mean, I know as young men we watch it,
Right.
but it shouldn't be something you watch every day, all day, every time because that's going to hurt your performance. I'll leave it at that.
Right. A lot of men learn through porn and they stay right there. So there's no intimacy in porn though. So when you get in relationships and the woman is expecting intimacy and all she gets is porn, then it's like disgusting. It's like, I don't want this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not. I don't know how we got to some of this, but yeah, I guess it's all
Zodiac
necessary.
signs. I know we started zodiac signs, and then it led to that, and be compatible with each other, and learn each other, and then pow. That's how it end up. That's how it happens. Relationships. Remember, we was talking about how you tell your significant other about losing weight, and that's how we got here.
Yeah. Well, the point is tell them. That's my whole point. Even if you tell them and it's not the best way, I think that apology for telling them the wrong way is better than the outcome of when you don't tell them. Because eventually that leads down the line of division, separation. Division and cheating and lying. So tell them. Just try to tell them in the best way you can. And if you do have to apologize, let that be the case. But that's better than the end result of the other ways, I think.
I agree.
What's your take? Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah. And if we love each other, then, we can work through anything. If there's a real relationship or friendship like Platinum Hand said, then we can pretty much work through anything. It's when you give up, when you say no, you refuse to, learn that person or compromise with that person on any level. That's when the show kind of stops. So that's all I have on that.
Listen, I think we tackled this long enough. Let's see any other questions come in, whatever. I think we can wrap this up right here.
Yeah, and the exit is the thing. Now that you know that you may be in a toxic relationship or you yourself may be toxic, what do? What do you do? I'm going to press play and then I'll come back with what I would do.
Yeah, basically when you said that I mentioned another woman, yeah, I kind of did and I kind of didn't. I just said you're giving me starfish vibes, basically. Like you're just a starfish, like, goddamn, like I'm putting in all the work, I'm tired, and you want to be lazy in the bed. What is going on? Why are you giving me starfish vibes? And I was like, it seems like the more attractive the girl is, the more starfish I get. When I get an average looking chick or kind of ugly looking chick, she put in that work. Like what the? She put in that work. You feel me? She working like a Hebrew slave. When it's the other way around, I'm working like a Hebrew slave. You feel me? Then I get a little tired. Then you say, why are you tired? Because I've been working this railroad. You feel me? I've been.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It was the Hebrew slave for me.
Put that work.
Man, that's some work for your behind.
Work.
Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, that one took the cake there. Um, starfish. That's the first time I've heard it explained that way. She's just like a starfish. Would they just sit on the sand or something? Like, I don't know. Twins, what do you have to say about the comment? Mm,
I agree with what he's saying. I have no. I understand. I can relate. I understand.
yeah, I don't have anything to say. It was funny, the fact that he said I date an ugly person and they do the work like the Hebrew slave. Like what? That's a lot of work, and they making sure you don't go anywhere. That's all. I don't have anything else to say about that. But back to what do you do when you find yourself in a toxic relationship or you are being toxic? You know, we talked about on another platform, little small steps. Start, making the changes. But first and foremost is acknowledging your triggers. I think in a lot of situations, you have to know what triggers you, and you have to know you, and you have to be adult enough to express those things. Otherwise, you leave yourself susceptible to continuing to be walked over or mistreated or, in those spaces where you're not comfortable, you don't like it or whatever. But eventually, you become part of the problem because you're not being a solution. So if you are being toxic or in a toxic relationship, it's not the end of the world. You can change. You can decide to, stop. Stop. And my last piece of advice is tell them and then deal with the aftermath of maybe having to apologize because of the tone or the time. But that's, I feel like the end result will be better than not telling them at all and just, leaving them in the dark that causes more of a separation than them knowing and having to deal with how it made them feel. Twins, how about you? What is your closing on this?
Just want to just pretty much just agree to what you said. I don't have nothing additional to add to that part.
Okay, okay. So today, the real deal versus how you feel, top signs of toxic relationships. We didn't really go into zodiac signs. It was just like a little bit of a surface because one was talking about signs and it came up. But his zodiac signs be toxic. Ms. I Speak Life said, yeah, if that's the premise of how you date, then I think you could be missing out on someone great just based on signs, But again, this is not Bible. It's just my opinion about that, which I don't have a strong one because I'm not really invested in it. But appreciate all of you guys coming to listen. Oh, we got another message. I'm the first play.
I think that if you find yourself in a toxic relationship and you realize that it's toxic, um, and you're the one that's trying to grow, I think that you should just leave, honestly. Because I feel that healthy people attract other healthy people, and unhealthy people attract unhealthy people. So maybe we both were unhealthy and we got together. Now we're a year into it, 2 years into it. If I'm trying to change and work on myself, but the other person is still unhealthy, that ain't going to work. You know what I'm saying? Because one is going to overtake the other, and it's mainly the negative will probably drain out that positive. So I would just leave because I cannot make someone else change if they don't want to.
Yes, sir.
Can't
I
say I
agree.
disagree. Agree. Yeah, I agree. At that point, what can you do? You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's just at this point, it's hard to change people, and I wouldn't. Yeah, if you know you're the toxic person, you can change. Cool, but if you know the other person is a toxic person, no, you can't change them. Just is take your lumps, take your losses, and move quietly. Quietly leave.
Now, is this before like you've tried counseling or none of these things exist? You just like okay, no, you leave, or are we talking about all of what we mentioned before, like, the breadcrumbs, the trying, the walking around the mall, all of these different things, and now you decide, okay, no, it's 2 years in, I've tried this, and now we just not on the same page, and now we'll walk away, you know. But within that 2 year span, you want to at least try to, grow the person, and you guys grow as a unit, So yeah, thank you, everyone, everyone for coming and listening and participating. God Israel, thank you for interacting with us today, for kicking off his shoes and, laying up with us. We done laid up. Look at us.
Yes. So tune in. This is The Real Deal versus How You Feel. We'll be back Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Tune in. Send an email at therealdealversushowyoufeel@gmail. Follow us on IG at The Real Deal versus How You Feel as well. And we'll tap in with you.
All right. See you guys later. Bye.
Later.